Good morning, good afternoon, traders. Welcome everyone on the 12th of May, a beautiful sunny Monday after a great weekend. I hope every one of you had a fantastic weekend, including the team. Hi, Clifton. Hi, DVG. Hi, Scott. Hi, Brian. Good morning to you. So after a great weekend, let's see how the market is feeling. Well, seems like that the Switzerland talks between the US and China seem to be really well going indeed. As you can see, we have a huge jump on the indices, especially on the Dow, 1,000 points higher traders thanks to the great deals that just made between the US and China. Let's see what happened. As I mentioned you on Friday as well, we had a quite of an interesting day, moderately, let's call it moderately bullish, but the overall indices just remained lower for the week. However, today there is a huge jump thanks to the deal made in Switzerland. So a huge win for the bulls. Market soar on US-China deal as Wall Street sees more upside. So under the deal, the reciprocal tariffs are going to go from 100 to 10% on both sides for the next 90 days, traders. So please watch out on the context. So this is not forever. This is just going to be for the next 90 days. So guys, maybe this quote, which is this phrase, which is very famous among the traders for a long time, more decades, that sell in May and sail away. Maybe this is going to be changed this year, that buy in May and sail away with the profit indeed, because it seems like that this is a really good news for the market. Also, I would like to warn you, we have seen it before as well, that this can change like in a second. And as we know, everything is quite fragile on the tariff talks, but there is no doubt this is a huge improvement. Hi, Clifton. Hi, Lee. Yeah, Trump is in the house. Well, let's see what's going to happen next. Hi, Miguel. Nice to see you, Steve C. Hope everyone had a beautiful weekend indeed. So this is how we are going to start this week. Traders, fantastic news, great deals. Well, let's see whether it's going to be continued or even after this 90 days, which I would say this can be a really uh, um, mm, let's call it decision making time for sure. Hi Tara, good afternoon to you. Hi Todd, good morning. Okay, so this is the huge news now. What else here? Well, as you know, as the deal was very favorable, both the US and Chinese market, all of the especially international strings attached, the US stocks are up, retail stocks too, like BBY and the rest, NVIDIA, Amazon, Apple, just skyrocketing. What is the red on my list? It's Bitcoin, surprisingly. Netflix is down, which we just made two killing shorts last week, traders, and it's going to stay on my short list. Plus, of course, the gold is retreating on the news too. The strongest, it's as I mentioned you, the FANG stocks, definitely Amazon is leading with 8.60%. Hood is very strong, 8%. MU, Tesla, UPS, AMD, AFRM, Meta, Baba. So everything is quite strong. Even NVIDIA 4.30% to the upside, PITR 3% higher. Crazy strengths everywhere indeed. Question whether it's going to be a continuation after the opening bell or not, because again we have a situation when the market itself is jumping way too much in the pre-market. You know exactly I don't like these days. Indeed, I do prefer the 1% move, but now we see the SPY up already 2.96%. So it is actually, it's a huge gap. Let's see whether it can be continued. If we just check the triple Q is 3.84%. The SPY is up on this 380 or the 582 area, as you can see. 585, I see a quite of a strong resistance, as you can just check the historical prices, especially back in 2024. October, it just meant a day or an all-time high for the market. Back then, it just retested in November, and even since then, it's just played a quite of a strong resistance slash support for the SPY. So 585, which I am actually watching as a possible stronger resistance level on the daily, and 580 as a support. So this is on the SPY, what I see. Hi, and the second, good morning to you. So let's see what else. Regarding the economic news today is not that busy, not like tomorrow. Tomorrow CPI is coming, so big day coming tomorrow, traders, and of course PPI later. So this is inflation week for the market, inflation data week. But today, though, we will get some FOMC member speakers actually to be precise. One FOMC member speaker, Kugler, is going to make a speech at 10:25, and we get a tentative Cleveland Fed inflation expectation and 2 p.m. federal budget balance. This is everything on the economic side, traders, so not too busy for today. As I've told you, not like tomorrow. Okay, what else here in the news? Everyone is cheering up for this great news on the China deal for sure. Trump to sign order to cut some US drug prices to match those abroad. This is not a good news for the drug makers. Pfizer and the rest are lower. We can watch them definitely. To the short side, US-China breakthrough sends tech and chip stocks soaring, which we have seen already in the pre-market. Big question whether it can last after the opening bell too. Okay, what else in here? European stocks are rising following the US-China deal to cut tariffs. Marx is just jumping 12%, and this is declared a huge win for the bulls. Hong Kong stocks surged nearly 3% after the deal. So everything is pushing higher, as I mentioned you, except of Bitcoin and especially the gold, and the gold-related ETFs are moving lower. I mean, especially the ones which are going align with the gold itself. Okay, and of course we have big movers here. So let's just go there. If you have anything on your watch list, please just let me know. Will probably be a lot of FOMO this morning. Lee, well, let's see, because as you know, I really do not prefer these trading days when we just see it pushing much higher in the pre-market, because I feel like, yes, exactly what you just wrote. I feel like I just left out from the party, right? We are just starting the after party now, which is not always that strong than the party itself. Well, talking about parties, I have not been on a party for like 50 years, but I still have nice remember and so on. But indeed, definitely FOMO, fear of missing out, is going to be here for sure, because this means that in the next 90 days, it's going to be highly likely, if nothing is going to ruin this bull party, a nice pullback on the market. Also, if you check the daily chart on the SPY itself, if it's going to be a strong push to the upside and the 580 can act like a strong support, we can get back to the high of the year slowly indeed. But again, we still have so many things in the air, like Phew, inflation, definitely. There is Powell with I don't want to cut the rates approach, which can make it harder again, the bulls to stay so optimistic. And again, just the sudden changes in these tariffs, it's always on the agenda. So we need to be careful. Happy Monday, Clifton. Hi, Blake. Nice to see you. Good morning to you. Okay, guys, so let's just go quickly to the big movers. As I mentioned, Amazon, Apple, Meta, and VDA are the ones which are gaining the most on this news. So these are going to be on my long list for sure. So let's just start it. I'm going to start it with Amazon, Apple, and VDA, Meta. Okay, so these are going to be especially the ones among the big stocks which I'm going to watch. I mentioned you this order about reducing the price of the of the drugs and medicines. That's why we see most of the pharma stocks lower, like Eli Lilly, Amgen, Pfizer, Johnson and Johnson, Merck. So I'm going to call Eli Lilly, Pfizer, and maybe Amgen to the short side, but just because of the news, as I mentioned you, retail stocks, even RH, Best Buy, Five Below are rolling like crazy. I'm going to put just BBY to the upside. You will know it why. Casino operators climbing as well on the US-China trade negotiations. Both are highly exposed to China, given their properties in Macau, which is known as the Las Vegas of Asia. So we can watch even LVS or WYNN, the one you prefer, high end. Good morning to you. To the long side. Pharma stocks, as I mentioned, you rather to the downside. And we have energy, NRG, I mean, stock, which was I think it is going to be even on earnings stock, but shares of the energy and home services company increased 9% on Monday. The company announced that it will acquire a power portfolio which includes several natural gas generation facilities across 9 states. So NRG can be an interesting play to the upside as well. And we have so many more traders, really a lot. Like I mentioned, you Hood, it's really a nice bumper. Tesla, UPST moving higher now. So we have way too much on the agenda. NRG, just because of the lower pre-market volume, I'm just going to call it to the secondary list. Okay, so Amazon, Apple, NVIDIA, Meta, BBY, LVS, PLTR, Hood, I'm going to watch. What else? So guys, I just could write on the long list half of my watch list, but you know exactly which ones I like the best, the most. Tesla and AMD, I'm still going to put it here too, TSLA and AMD. Okay, traders, definitely there is obvious that we have much more long candidates than short candidates again. Also, I must tell you that this deal sounds quite serious and unbreachable, but I must tell you we have seen it before as well. It should be valid for the next 90 days. Also, I feel like a little bit on the fragile side on this whole tariffs things. So let's just be careful still on the news. Also, there is no doubt this is a big milestone. Finally, first since January, this is the beginning, or not even a beginning, it's actually the middle of May, and we just seen some improvement. So this is, I would say, a historical day in this year for sure. So let's see whether the bulls are going to get such a strength from this news, or because of this news, triggered by this news, to be precise, that we can even stretch after the market open. But I must tell you, as a mainly technical analysis trader, I would like to see a little pullback and then to make some beautiful up gap and go plays. So this is my first strategy, how to play this incredibly bullish day traders. And let's just be careful that there will be some among the FOMO traders or buyers, there will be some traders who are going to sell because tomorrow the inflation data is coming before the market opens. So the situation is still not that clear, but we just go with the flow and we will be okay. All right, VIP room traders, Clifton, Scott DVG, have a beautiful green day, and I'm going to see you tomorrow as always, and I'm going to stay with the YouTube traders. VIP room traders, have a great one, and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful Monday. Welcome to the start of the week. Hopefully everybody's doing great and kicking tail this morning, ready to operate here. Boy, what a big move we have this morning. Those of you that have been with us here for a while, this is going to be a 1,000-point open this morning and looking really good to the upside as we get this day started here. So as we get going, there we go. As we get going, we've got a lot to work on this morning and a lot actually to focus on here for the remainder of the day, because we've got these futures pegged on the high side here, absolutely crushing it this morning. And now, as we get into the start of the day today, it's going to be interesting how we get things done here, because the market is moving a bunch higher this morning. As we get the day started here. So we'll get into that and more as we move forward. Today we'll start off with the Asian futures. It really doesn't matter today because the futures are on high this morning, but the Nikkei was up 141. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 682 points, and that's due to the China tariff reprieve. Shanghai and China up 27. Europe still in session. German DAX up 100. FTSE and UK up 46, and the CAC 40 in Paris up 112. 6 markets up, 0 markets down, putting pressure on U.S. futures. We are up over 1,000 points on the Dow, 757 3/4 on the NASDAQ, and 164.5 on the S&P, just absolutely killing it. Oil is up $2.15 to 63.17 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, flight to equities has hurt you this morning, down $97.50, 32.4650 per troy ounce. Okay, so comments here and digesting it all. Treasury Secretary Bessent sees tariff agreement as progress in the strategic decoupling with China. That's what we've talked about all along. They put this out, hammered it big time, knowing that we're going to come back to the table and negotiate it, and that's exactly what we're doing. Trump to sign order to cut some U.S. drug prices. Also, that's got Lilly and the rest of the drug makers on their butt this morning, and we are rocketing higher on the futures this morning. So this is going to be a big, big move. Also, Fox in the news for all you NFL people. Fox streaming service to be called Fox One launched before the NFL season. So that's going to be interesting to see how that integrates with the NFL, if it does at all. Okay, so we are set to go this morning here. Futures on high. Good morning to all here, and good morning to everybody on YouTube this morning. Thank you for joining us this morning. Brian, good morning to you. Steve, good morning. Leo and Lee, good morning. Miguel, good morning. Yep, absolutely. He's in the house for sure. Yep, absolutely. Darren, good morning. Brian, good morning. Steve, good morning. Clifton, good morning. Justin, what do you say this morning? Divide, good morning. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being a part of the greatest trading room on the planet. We certainly do appreciate it. Focused every day on making money. And again, it's not easy, but we try to do it each and every day. We got a lot to choose from this morning. You see my screen right in front of you. Let's post a couple of these trades here this morning. First trade out of the gate will be an Apple trade 211. That's right here, right now. Hold on, let me post it here. Okay, there we go. And listen, I encourage you, please post your trades here in the room. Anything that you're looking at, I would appreciate it. First trade is Apple this morning, long at 211. We're there right now. Again, we're going to have to watch these stocks because you got to be careful this morning. Everything is going to be on high. People will be chasing it, running it up. So I'm not sure, if the long right out of the box is the way to go. I'd probably wait for a pullback this morning. And then MSTU long over 10 this morning. That stock is over 10 right now, so we'll watch that. And then the UPST 51, this stock looks great this morning. UPST 51, that's UPST long at 51 this morning. And then last but not least, you've got a little stock called, where is it here? I didn't put it down. Is it LVS? I think I had LVS. Let me make sure here. I think it was LVS in 5. Yeah, LVS not a big mover this morning. And it was 5, I think, that I had up here. Yeah, 5 this morning. Over 95. I'll pull that into the screen, but let's do one more here. Before that, let's just plug in PDD this morning. PDD on the Chinese play here long this morning over 117. Again, a lot of these stocks here moving up drastically. A big time move this morning. We're going to have to get them. Allie, good morning to you. Mark. KDLY, I'll take a look at KDLY. NRG is another one that I was looking at this morning. KDLY. Yep. Oh, big time move, right? From 4 to 30. 4 to 30. Wow. What's the news on it, KDLY? Merger. Wow. Merger, not a buyout, right? Let me plug it in here, see if I can find it. We got about 6 minutes here, so let me just go ahead and plug in KDLY. I'll read it to everybody here if I've got the info on it here this morning. Announces merger with, okay. Merges with Nakamoto to start Bitcoin treasury strategy. The merger includes pipe financing, stuff like that. Merger supported by 510 mil. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting, right? Nothing goes up that quick without a pullback. And quite frankly, I don't know. The interesting thing is when they merge, you know, there's more specifics to, let me just check something out here. Yeah, it's weird because it's the merger is going to help out this stock immensely on KDLY, but then HTB is not a merger though, is it? Yeah, HTB nothing to happen. Yep, absolutely. Okay. I'll go back to NRG. Okay, we've got the great stocks here all picked out this morning and ready to rock and roll. So I'll be focused on that. The one caution I would have this morning is just be careful because I don't want to get in too early unless something really just announces itself, because we're going to have a pullback. Jumping out 1,000 points at the start here. Also TSM this morning from last week. TSM on high now, 187.45, big time move up higher. So we'll watch that and more as we get this day started here. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, we've got exactly 4 minutes to go here. Good morning, Jeff. Great to see you here this morning. And let me go.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
DVG, good morning. How are you?
Doing all right. Had a fantastic weekend. Excited to be back. Market is on high. Wow. Some optimism in the deals space, but that said, be cautious here at the open. May likely see some pullback, some profit taking, but I don't know. Maybe it's short-lived on some of these big tech names. I am keeping an eye on Eli Lilly this morning, along with Netflix, for some news, obviously, that may aim lower, but Lilly hit $700 and bounced. I mean, just under $700. So be keeping an eye on that. And at the end of the day, look at Tesla. I mean, Tesla looks like it's going to be on its path up to that, maybe 325 and then pull back a bit. So good news is we had a few options that we carried over from last week with a $330 strike. Only about 3 of them, kind of kicking myself. I didn't buy like 100 of them, but we'll probably be up on that trade first thing. And then, of course, we'll be trading some shares. And good morning to everybody here. Appreciate y'all being here. I forgot my opener. Good morning, 44 Trading Nation.
There you go.
And at the end of the day, just be cautious here. I think MSTR has a chance of maybe pulling back, Lilly pulling back, Coin also. I'll be keeping an eye on some of those names that might be, a little overinflated. Obviously, we're risk on right now, but I think we're moving into those names that we all kind of love and know. Things like Apple. I think, Scott, you'd mentioned you're looking at that. We're looking at Meta. We're looking at Baba. All these names are just up on high on this optimism. That said, worth noting that 30% tariff with China is still going to have an impact likely downstream. We just don't know what that looks like. So I would say today I'll be bullish till I'm bearish. As CPI data does come out tomorrow, so that'll tell us a lot of, kind of where consumers are. And then, of course, PPI later this week on Thursday. So think of it this way. CPI is what we pay as consumers. PPI is what they pay as producers or, I always say, we pay for a burrito, that's CPI. Whatever they have to pay for all the ingredients, that's the PPI side of the house. So kind of simplifying it there for those who kind of what those reports mean. At the end of the day, Scott, I'll turn it over to you, my friend. But, shout out to the crew. I see a lot of folks saying good morning to me. So Garrett, Jeff, Miguel, good morning. And then Shopify. Yeah, I'm glad, Darren. Thank you for bringing it up. Shopify is announced to join an index here. And we'll likely see, have it on my watch list to potentially pull back just a slight bit here in this morning session. I'd like to see it get around that 101.20 area and then bounce for maybe a long position. And then I'm also keeping an eye on Oracle. So Oracle is a name that was beaten down pretty good, down into like the 130s not too long ago. And we're sitting up at $156. I'll probably stay away from Google just because they've got some antitrust issues and going to be forced to probably split up the company. So I'll probably be staying away from names like Google, but Amazon, what a face-off rally. And also keeping an eye on AVGO this morning.
Yeah, as DVG says, let's be careful and cautious this morning. We get started in less than a minute. Again, we're going to be on high. So buying into this is telling yourself that, hey, I'm buying at the high, and I think the high is going to be broken. We're going to go higher. So if that's your cup of tea, then by all means, do as you need to do. But just be careful this morning. I don't want to get anybody trapped at the top here. So my mode of operandi going into this is going to be sit for a minute here on my hands. Let's watch to see how we open. We're going to open to the upside, obviously, and then we're going to find out, do we pull back or what happens here? So just be cautious this morning, and we'll go from there, okay? 15 seconds before we open. Let's have an awesome day today, traders. TSM at the get-go here is going to be at the top of the range. PDD. This MSTU under 10, if it gets below that, should be interesting. So, okay, there we go. Okay. Traders, give me 1 second here.
Here we go. Did we lose Scott? I'm not surprised to see a little bit of a pullback here this morning.
Yep.
Tesla just pulling back nicely here, 315. Let's see what it does in this area, maybe down to 312. Netflix looking interesting. I may actually use some options here that expire this week because there's some interesting news around their ad aspect of the business. Looking at the options now, $1,000 strike. They're super cheap. I will buy them.
Okay, again, we're going to be watching this to see if we can't get into a couple of these trades this morning. Just going to wait this first candle out, just a couple minutes into the day.
Yeah.
PLTR, what do you think of PLTR on this downward move here?
I'm probably staying away from it. I think there's going to be a lot more selling into the 116 area, and then maybe find some buyers in that area. But there's no guarantee on that. So Palantir definitely kind of retail traders piling in on that. So be cautious on that one for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if the Qs retraced about 499.5 and then bounced to move higher. Keeping an eye on shop here now. We're in that 101.5 print. So I'm going to see what we could do. If we find a base anywhere in this zone, 100 to 101, I'll probably be picking up some shares here. Not going to be jumping into buying that one just yet on Shopify, but this is kind of like where I wanted to see it bounce. So let's see if we do in fact bounce. Maybe I'll get late to the party, but looking for Netflix now to take a dive here, hopefully. Okay, watching Shopify here. Looks okay. If I can get a better entry, I'll take it. So down at $100.21 is kind of where I'd love to buy it, but we'll see. Only thing on right now is I have some put options for Netflix at $1,000 strike that expired this Friday. Paid 72 cents for them. Okay, Shopify, good move. I like it. See if we get a bounce.
I'm a buyer here at Shopify right off the 100.
Yeah, I like it in this area. We'll see. If it continues down, I'll just wait for a better entry. Get it under $100, $97, and I'll take it.
Yep, it's coming up. Thinking about nibbling on PLTR as well.
All right, let's. I'm going to start a small position here on Shopify.
I am too. I'm coming into Shopify right here, right now. $100, right at 100. Wow, filled 105. Yep. Along the stock. I'm going to give it a $2 downside move if we get that stop loss. Target's going to be 103.
Look at PLTR now pulling back to 117. Like it's nothing. Big drawdown now. Microsoft pulling back quite a bit. Moved up. What is that? 10 points. It's giving back quite a bit. Keeping an eye on coin here. Do we go long coin? Question. We'll see. I think the trouble with a lot of the crypto movement that we've seen is in many cases, it's people are realizing that it's not so much the retail traders that are trading and giving them revenue on the coin side. It's more of like these institutional traders that are buying ETFs, etc. Guys, Q's pulling back now.
Got to reboot.
If shop can hold here and move higher, then we'll add. But until then, I am not going to add to this position. I'll just get out of the way and get a better entry, if that's the case. Palantir, like clockwork, bounce off that 116.43. No surprise there. Let's see what Tesla does here at 315.
This is incredible. I can't get back into my platform. Gee, my knees. Totally flying blind here. What's PLTR at? I mean, not PLTR. Yeah. Okay, come on.
99.23 now, down about a point or so. Okay, looks like Tesla wants 310 to 312. Let's see what happens. I may add to these Netflix put options. They're just so cheap. And it can easily move 10 points to the upside or downside. If it bounces to the upside, obviously, worst case, we're out a few bucks. But if it does, in fact, break that low of session, I don't know, 1,008 is kind of what my target's going to be. Sorry, 1108. Okay, watching names like Microsoft here at 440.17. And Oracle, I like this pullback. 153 is kind of where I'd like to get in. 154 I'd even take, but Shopify will add here in a moment, y'all. Same entry. If we can get the move. Q's kind of pulling back a little bit, selling, steady. But again, feels a little bit more like profit taking before we get an actual move here. I'll get rid of BABA here. Let's see if we can find something else. LLY. Let's see what that's doing. There's the bounce up to 735-ish. Let's see what it does here. Tesla couldn't be interesting here. 315. I'll nibble here. There we go. We're in. Tesla, small size. Just because we can easily move lower, and that's fine. I'll just get a better entry. Fine by me. Okay, Shopify, I like it. Let's add here. There we go. So you can get a little more. Guys, here comes Netflix. Let's see if we get a break. 1108 will be my first target. If let's see how these options perform. We're already up nicely on them. Want to see Netflix really start to sell, though. If we break 1100 and get into the $1,000 print, that'd be amazing. I just don't know if we can, I don't care if it's 1,098, whatever.
Yeah, this is horrible.
What happened?
I can't get into the platform. It says it send you a notification to your app, and I go to my app. I don't know where to go. I don't see a notification anywhere.
JC, right on. I think you're in that Netflix with me, but let's see. Again, these are super far out of the money, so I got them pretty cheap. So I got to be mindful of, like, right now, if we break this low of session like we just did, so we're down at this 1108 area, it's where I should start to think maybe we get a little bit more movement. Again, if we break that 1100, that'd be amazing. Getting ready to take a partial on some of them, just because we are hitting that session low. These are trying to hover here. Shopify, we did have the ad, so I'm waiting to see if we get an actual move. I won't go full size or anything like that anytime soon. Keeping an eye here on Tesla now. And smaller size to start, just because we anticipated a sell, some profit taking, and then maybe we bounce. So definitely be cautious here today. Here comes Netflix. Very nice.
Okay, traders, I'll be right back. Give me a moment.
Ironically, we hit 1108.91. I was just a little slow on the draw, so we'll keep an eye on it. Let's see if we get the actual breakdown here. Keep an eye on the Qs. Qs are getting a little heavier. Yep. No surprise. It's okay. We'll wait on Tesla. We're kind of in drawdown now, but that's all right. We'll wait. Netflix, here we go. Come on. No, Shopify, don't do that. Coin pulling back here now. 210 might be interesting. I might short it here, but let's wait. I might actually look. What's MSTR doing? Yeah, I like MSTR better. Let's see what that looks like. Right now I'm using a little more options just because we know that these pullbacks, like, I'd rather risk, $1,000 than to go in with shares and then get snapped by 20 points, right? So let's just look at what those look like. Nah, they're too expensive on MSTR. I'll skip that. $800 for 15 points out of money. No thanks. Coin, on the other hand, the $200 put options are about $2.10 ish. Maybe we'll take them. Be patient. Excuse me. Need Shopify to bounce now. Here comes Netflix. Should get a break now. Here we go. A few sellers showing up. I like it. Just hope they don't get bought up. The reason is tariffs uncertainty clouds outlook for U.S. television annual ad selling bonanza. That's kind of what the headline is. It's kind of that buy the rumor, sell the news. Shopify still waiting. Let's see if we can get that push up to 102. It'd be kind of like first target 103 ideally, but happily take 2 points. Well, it looks like that seller was bought up on Netflix. We'll wait. Okay, here comes Shopify. It will add a little more. Tesla, I gotta wait till my entry, so I may dump it here. We'll see, but I'm waiting for the actual big seller to show up here on Netflix, which I think we should get it. Maybe that 1108 should have been where I get paid, but we'll wait. Still watching Oracle. Watching that 154 print. See if we can get in there. And Tesla over 315 I'll add. Still think the Qs have, wiggle room down to 499.50 would make sense at a 30% retrace. Tesla. I don't like that. I'll wait. What's the benefit of starting with smaller size here? Well, maybe we're not going to get it on Netflix. That's okay. Slow open, y'all. Again, we knew some profit taking was going to happen. Now it's just a question of where do you want to get in on some of these positions. I still think the Qs have a way to go down. Looking like we're selling a bit here. No, Shopify, don't do it. Still in it. Watching the Qs here. Tesla, still in it. Over 315, I'll just add a few more. Wow, surprisingly slow. And MSTR would have been nice, except I just didn't want to pay for those options. They were like $800. You know, buy the dip, sell the rip is working. You know, maybe we should have been picking up stuff here on Netflix instead of, you know, getting those put options, get call options. That's okay. We've got Tesla. So if we start moving higher here on Netflix, we'll just dump it because I think we'll probably be getting eaten alive here on Theta here in a bit. Okay, putting my shares up there on Tesla 315. Let's get an ad. Netflix, what a joke. Might be forced to dump Netflix here in a minute. That's gross. No. I'm going to put a hard stop on there, 60 cents. It's too bad. Shopify now moving against as well. Kind of a gross open. Let's see if we get direction here. Okay, Trump speaking now. Let's see if this is kind of what sparks some more purchasing here.
Okay, I am back. Quick sound test. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, fine. Finally got it. Unbelievable. Talk about the timing of everything. All right, I am in the Shopify trade though. So I guess I didn't miss a whole lot, right? We came down, should have taken LTR right when you said a perfect trade.
My ad's gonna hit here on Tesla in a bit. There we go. We're in. We just got a little ad there on Tesla.
Come on, shop. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Target on Tesla's 320. I'm looking for 5 points on it, y'all. Shopify looking for about 2 points.
Yeah, myself too on Shopify. Let's go. $103 target Shopify for me. We got to get past the VWAP, of course.
Come on, Tesla.
go Shopify. Think about adding over that 101. UPST on the breakout here. PDD, nice.
Let's go Tesla. We're up 2 points.
Yep.
I'll take it. Shopify, let's see if we can get those 2 points there too, and we'll just be chalking up the points here. That's the goal. I may have missed the Oracle trade. I'm actually going to move on from that. Let's see if we can find something else. It looks like Vincent's looking at LLY. They're talking about it right now, or I should say President Trump's talking about it right now. So I'm going to wait on Lilly, but definitely could start to retreat here. Just because you did mention pharmaceuticals. So you're under. Okay, Darren. Darren has been shorting, making tons of dough on Eli Lilly as of late. Congrats, Darren.
Let's go shop. Boy, what happened to the volume in Shopify? Come on.
I don't know. I'm tempted to join Darren on this thing. Again, I'm more inclined to use options only because, $700 stock, I get 100 shares. Do the math. Good luck, Darren. At 736. Okay. Yeah, this Shopify trade is kind of just, I don't know, I'm falling asleep with it. And the Qs are pulling back pretty sharply here. So I'm wondering if this is just more selling to come in.
You got the VWAP right in front of it, keeping it down.
I'm going to trim my shop. I can always add more later. I'm just going to trim it. Just don't like the movement. I want to see it bounce pretty strongly to the upside, but it's not doing that. So no need to force a trade. Just I'll wait.
Come on. Like I said, the two things now, the VWAP and the volume. Both of the V's here. All right.
Yeah, the Qs are either going to put in a higher low right now, or we're going to test that low of session. So, and if we do, like I said, 499.50 is kind of where I think the Qs should pull back to before bouncing. Everything that we're in right now is not it's not a really big key level or anything. So we shall see.
Come on. Watch the VWAP now. Next stop, holding till 103. If we can get the VWAP out of the way here with a little bit more volume, I'll be hopeful.
Mark calling out NRG. It must mean that all of energy must be doing well. So it's like, wow, okay. Yeah, big move on NRG. Good call out. Thanks, Mark. Keep an eye on names like CVX as well. CEG and VST reported. Big moves on those as well. Trump saying we achieved total reset with China. Agreement doesn't cover tariffs on cars, steel, aluminum, or pharmaceuticals. Talks in Geneva were friendly. China agreement doesn't include pharma. We will speak to Xi at the end of the week, maybe. Well, that's not really certain. Okay, well, if I see those 2 points again on Tesla, I'll take it. Here comes Shop. There we go.
Come on, baby. Over the VWAP now, over 101. Should get that 102. I'd like to add at 102 now. Still interested in PLTR. It's coming down again. Okay, over 101. MSTU, remember MSTU, that's dumping. I don't know, PLTR, boy, I mean, maybe at that 116 again. Market's still up over 1,000 points, NASDAQ up over 600. So
yeah.
we're moving.
I mean, I didn't get stopped on my Netflix options, so that's good. Not that they're doing that great, but still. Here comes Tesla. Let's go. I may trim a little bit, take a small partial, but I'll wait. Let's see if we can get over this previous 31746 or 31750. Should start to scoot, maybe get up to that 319. I'm looking for like a big spike, sell into that spike, and then let the rest run. But if, I end up taking off, great. Take advantage of that. Sorry, I just dropped my phone. That's wonderful.
Let's go. Come on. Got to get to 102. Come on, baby. I'm looking for another trade. I'm looking for ideas. Anything anybody's seeing there. NRG, I think, is gone for me. Any of these pullback stocks, I think I missed out on PLTR. Like Apple 209. I think that'll be my next trade. This is going to be another slow one, though. I know that going in. AAPL, long over 209. Target 210. Stop loss 208.
If Tesla does not get over this 31750, I'm going to take some off, guys. Shopify finally moving.
Yep.
Of course, after I took some off a little bit, unfortunately, but that's okay. We still have a position on. Come on, Tesla.
If Shop gets to 103, I might call it a day. Because this will be, I'll tell you what, one trade, and I'm excited here. I mean, there's very little volume. Like the volume's not pushing up. But we're inching closer, right? Which is great.
All right, got to take some. That's too bad on Tesla. That's too bad. I'm gonna trim up. Can it move higher? Sure, we'll add later. But I don't like the movement. So we'll wait for this candle to complete here on Tesla.
Come on, 102.
I'm going to probably have to take some off here.
Come on.
Don't do it on Netflix.
Come on, 102.
All right. Just remember, CPI comes out tomorrow. So what I was kind of anticipating is we could maybe get a little bit more. We are officially in that Trump pump zone in the SPY and the Qs. So just look left at when the election was announced. You'll kind of see where that additional push was in the SPY and the Qs. We hit all-time highs. But we're officially in that area or in that zone now. And I would, think they want to push into CPI because we'll probably start seeing the initial effects of the tariffs by tomorrow. But obviously not the stuff that we have, let's say with China, et cetera, like some of the newer deals that they're trying to form. We probably won't see those until later on. All right, guys. Tesla, let's see if we get over that 31750. If we don't this time around, we were for sure gonna. There it is. There it is. Thank you.
Target 210 on Apple, traders. 210 on Apple. AAPL.
Taking some off Tesla here. Thoughts on Netflix split in the coming months? Interesting, Jay. Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they don't have to right now. Like the only time you'd want to do that is to bring in additional funds and money, and they're flush right now with cash. I think there could be a possibility because of the fact that I think maybe one more earnings call before that even becomes a reality for them. And the only reason being is that they're not going to report the number of subscribers anymore. Like effectively this last earnings call, like that wasn't part of their aim.
Watch
so that could have an impact, which would force them to want to raise capital.
I'm going to add at 102 traders. Target 103. Add it to break of 102. Apple looking fine.
Yeah, shop
here comes 102. There's goes 102. Super full share size now on shop. Come on, not stopping here, and let's roll.
So I haven't taken other than trimming on shop. I'm going to take a partial if we get this pump over 102 and change, just like a big green stripe, then I'll take it. But we've got runners left now on Tesla. We took, a little over 2 points. So not to mention right at the open, I dumped 2 of my options that I picked up on Friday near the close. That alone paid us what, $1,000? It's not too bad. Okay, looking good on shop. I'll take a partial here in a moment. Let's see, we should get a push here.
Go, baby, go. There's your 102.20s now.
Yeah.
On up to 103, traders. On up to 103. Let's go.
There we go. I got a decent fill, 102.30. I'll take it.
Yep.
So we're free trading now on Tesla and Shop. AVGO, I'll take a look at that. I actually really like that name, as you guys know. Darren, looking nice on Lilly. There it is. The mention of it right now from Trump speaking live. We got a 318 print now on Tesla. Awesome. Wow, Lilly. Oof. He's talking about someone that he knows that was buying, Ozempic or Wegovy, in London for a few bucks and come to New York and paying $1,300.
That happens all the time.
Yeah.
Especially in Mexico, right?
ABGO is under the 200 and just under the VWAP, so I'd wait on ABGO. Just because right now, again, the Qs look like we could go lower for now. And I say lower, not as in, hey, we're going to go bearish, but it's, a pullback. You could argue technically we put in a higher low just now, but if the Qs break those session lows, then yeah, you're going to want to see at least anywhere from a 30 to 50% retrace on the move. Which on the Qs, let's just look it down real quick from close here, that move there. So yeah, it puts us right at like 498.35. I've got 499.50 as a level. That'd be a 50% retrace to 498.35-ish from the move that we saw over the weekend. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that in the Qs. And then find more buyers. So I'm just saying, if I'm bullish and I'm one of these institutions, I'm running this thing up as much as I can today because CPI could be a curveball. It gives you an opportunity to sell into these levels. Now I was watching 440.17 on Microsoft. We literally bounced, I think, just on like, what do we get? 439.78. So that would have been a great entry. Been up 2 points right now, but I didn't take it. Unfortunately, I was watching other stuff. Meta is crushing it today. It's up to $630 again. Can you believe it? Okay. There we go. There we go.
Okay. Apple almost there. 210 target. 210 target.
Nice, Darren. Yeah. Yeah, you snapped that 722 level on Eli Lilly. Watch out 700. I was surprised to see it down there. I was like, hey, should I buy it at $700? Like, and obviously that would have worked out really nicely, but most of that happened pre-market. I think what did it hit? 699 and change? Oh, 693. Got as low as 693 pre-market. Jeez. Trump's talking quite a bit about prescription drugs right now. Highest drug prices anywhere in the world by sometimes a factor of 5, 6, 7, 8 times, you just said.
It's all true.
Vincent looking at Hood. Up there.
Okay, 25 cents away on the Apple trade.
Not my favorite, to be honest, Vincent. Cue the disclaimer, of course. Amazon does look great, though, right here. In fact, I may take that trade right now. Let me look. If the Qs continue to push here, we'll see it on Amazon. 208. I wanted 208.60. Let's see if 208.60. We'll nibble. There we go. We're under it now. Perfect. Okay, it's out there. It'll be a pretty tight stop and a small share size to start. And Q's showing some progress here, moving towards the VWAP.
$103, baby. Come on. Apple about ready to bust it too.
Yeah, Meta's on the move. Microsoft's on the move. Apple's on the move. Amazon, no trade. It didn't fill me, so I don't know how that happened. wait. I don't know how I didn't get a fill. It hit 208.60. Oh, whatever. Not complaining. Okay, I think they're waiting to let Trump finish talking, and then we'll see what happens. Coming in at that 10:30 time frame, which we always know is historically been kind of a moment in the day where we see a little more price action. Really slow open, though, considering.
Yep.
Lily bouncing right off the 200. We're equalizing, a word I came up with. So he said. Oh, man.
Come on, launch. I think Apple's close enough for us right here. Getting a little heavy at the top.
No fill on Amazon and look at it go now. Let's move that entry to 208.02. It just tagged my. There we go. Now we're in. All right.
Here comes the 103.
Pantera, really? Is it? I didn't know that. No, I was just kind of like making jest.
Come on, baby.
On Tesla.
Keep pumping. 103. Man, Apple, I think, is eminent here. Come on.
Yeah, Pantera only traded the actual stock Tesla, not those ETFs. I got filled on Amazon. Now we're pulling back, so just being patient here. I don't like this hesitation. Tesla looking good. Meta just about to take the top off here.
Come on, Apple. Stuck right there. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't do anything with the MSTU trade today. I was going to buy it on this dip down, but I decided not to, and that was the right thing to do.
Come on, Tesla, go, go, go. All right, guys, I'm going to take a little bit more off of Shopify here. In just a moment, let's let this candle do its thing. All right, that works. Maybe it gets the run up, but I'm gonna chicken out, Scott, on this one. I think we might get a push lower to see if there is some liquidity down there at the lows of the session on the Qs. I'm watching the SPY pretty closely right now, actually closer than I am the Qs. But Qs, I would argue, have been a lot stronger in the last several sessions. Still in the Amazon trade. Get over 208.02 again, my initial entry I will add. If not, we will dump it. Okay, it's there now. I'll wait. Let's let this candle complete here. Tesla approaching. I want to get that 320 print. May not get it, so I'm going to maybe get some out here a little bit early. I'm watching the Qs sell a bit, so. All right, there we go. 318 print. I'll take it.
Can we get to 103 now? I think we can. 17 cents to go to get to 103. Waited all morning. Like I said, only need one good trade. Come on, 13 cents. Let's go.
There goes
Let's
Tesla.
go. Let's go.
Nice on Shopify. Good move there.
Yep.
Amazon, I may dump here in a minute.
Apple on the pullback now.
Okay, Qs are pulling back a bit. Let's keep an eye on this. Approaching that 1030 print here. We got Fed's Kugler speaking at 10:25. Cutting out middlemen and drug sales. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you're Lilly and all these manufacturers, I wonder if that's a good thing. Somehow, I don't think so. But
And he's watch out for the Qs here. I might dump Amazon here. Again, it was a small size. Then we added, and now it's moving again. So I'm not going to fight the tape here, guys. Watch the Qs. Coin under 210, I'll hit it. Actually, 210.20. 210.20, I'm going to short it. Under 210.20. Hanging on to Amazon barely. If we break that low of this candle, I'm out. Be a hard stop. Tesla, though, looking good. Here we go. Q's trying to bounce here. This could be the liftoff. Tesla now up 319 and change. I will take a little bit more off there. Nibbles. There we go. Thank you. No trade coin yet. There's Amazon. There we
There we
go.
go. 103 coming.
There
This
we
is right
go.
where I'm going to be coming out. 3 cents away on Shopify.
Man, Tesla took forever to get to that 320. Coulda, shoulda, woulda if I
Cents.
held that full size, huh?
103, banging it right at 103 traders. Out 3/4 of the trade, 103. We got it. Boom.
Very nice.
Yeah. Really,
Yeah, I'm
really.
in it with you. I chickened out, man, a lot earlier than you did.
Yep. That's a 3-point trade, traders. And Apple's going to finish it up for us. Come on, baby.
Uh-oh. Q's getting heavy now. That's a big seller. Just stepped in.
Look at PLTR.
Okay. I'm taking some off. Actually, I'll close out shop in just a moment. Not my greatest profitable day, but I'll tell you, I'm not mad at it. I am not mad at it. I'm actually looking at the Qs now for some put options. Still have my Netflix put options. They expire Friday. I may just hang on to them. I don't know. We'll see. Guys, watch 504 on the Qs. If we break that, we should start to. We're in the coin trade now, y'all. Let's go. See if we can get a little more on the coin trade. All out of the Tesla trade now.
Okay, there we go. On Apple, finally got it here. Apple over 210. Going to take that 210.02 out. 3/4 of the trade on Apple. 2 for 2 this morning. 2 good trades and 2 green trades. And I don't need to push the button anymore today. I really don't.
Nice job, Scott.
Yeah, that's great. Great move. Really pleased with the way that Shopify trade turned out.
Watch the Qs now. We just broke 504. Do we bounce here or do we start to drop here? We got the Fed head speaking here in just a moment. Guys, coin working beautifully. Watch the Qs. Okay, I'm going to probably dump Amazon here in a moment if we continue lower. Nice move on coin now. Let's take a partial here in a moment. We'll wait for this candle to complete. If it continues lower, we can wait. But if not, then I don't want to see a bounce at all. I want to see the Qs take out the low of session and then coin to follow. Beautiful.
Yep.
Beautiful. Took some off here. And I'm just chasing a few points here and there where I can get them. Because we can easily bounce and take out session highs. But did I think we were going to pull back? Yes. Did I think we were going to do it this quickly? No. But I'm glad we did.
Well, I'll tell you what. Talk about the perfect out on Shopify. Look at this thing.
No doubt. No doubt. Everything for me triggered. We made money on every single trade. We got paid on every single trade because that's rule number 1. Obviously, cue the disclaimer, y'all. It's your money. Trade it how you want to. It's not financial advice, okay? But now the coin trade, free money. I will not lose money on this trade. Amazon, I'm still in it, but I'd probably dump it if we continue to aim lower here. Tesla, we got paid on it and moved out of the way. So, now the Q is putting a new session low. We still have our put options on Netflix as kind of our hedge in the event that we continue to move lower. Here comes the Qs. Again, I'm looking for 499.50 on the Qs. It's kind of the ideal pullback area where we find support. Call it $500, just because 500 is, probably a psychological level for a lot of folks. Guys, look at this coin trade now. Anybody take coin with me? Look at this. Let's go. Give me those 4 points. Just take a little nibble off there. Why not? That was a horrible fill, but that's okay. Getting paid on the way.
There you go.
Tricky day,
Out all shares shop. Out all shares shop. I'm going to hold on to some of this Apple trade right now.
Out of Amazon, we just got stopped at 207.02. So I gave it a point. We got stopped. That's okay.
So now where do we go from here with the Qs? We just broke the lows, right?
Yep. Again, I'm thinking 500 is a psychological level. 499.50 is the level I have actually marked of where I think we'll probably start seeing more effective buyers. But 495.26 is the bottom end of the Trump pump range. Whereas like on the SPY, it's 564.31. So do we pull back that sharply? I don't know. It can totally happen though. That's literally the level we bounced off of. If you look at the SPY pre-market, we held that 564.31. Mark it on your charts. Look at that level. Put a line on it. You'll see we held that. We had the announcement on a deal potentially with China, held that level, and then pre-market, post-market, we just absolutely launched on the SPY. So again, 50% retrace is common on these types of moves. It doesn't always have to happen. In fact, I thought we were gonna, retreat a tiny bit and then rip our face-off type rally. But guys, this is okay. This is part of being a trader. You take advantage of moves both ways and limit your risk, right? Like with coin, our risk was about 1.5 points to get 4 or 5 points. We just got it. We just got 4 or 5 points. I'll take it. I'm not upset. If we get more, awesome. 202, 203, I'll take it. Let's see. Paul, yes, you're in. Cool. Guys, look at the Qs. We're down at 502 now. We should really start to break below 502. If we don't hold that 502 print, 500 becomes a reality pretty quick. Beautiful, beautiful move. There's the 501 print on the SPY, the Qs. Do we accelerate down to 500? That's the question. Looks like we are. I'm going to get ready to take some more off the coin trade here. Netflix now, session lows. Let's go, 1108. Let's see what my options are doing. It sucks. They're so far out of the money that they're just not really doing much right around my entry price. Womp womp.
Okay, so now ask yourself, traders, if you were coming into the day today, and we talked about it this morning, oh, there we go. The market was very extended, right? So we had to wait for a pullback. So now ask yourself, if the market is pulling back and the stocks are pulling back, where do you want to enter some of these stocks? Do you still want to have an entry into some of these stocks? Or like DBG was saying, are we broken and we're not going to get up until we get towards 500 now, since we've broken the lows? I don't know.
Uh-oh. A lot of talk of pharma right now, medical stuff. Awesome trade on coin. Got paid all the way down. I don't mind getting stopped out here, but we got runners left, so I can give it a little more room. I'm going to put my Netflix options up for sale at $1.15, which means I'll make some money on them. If I don't, I'll have a stop just under 60 cents. We'll put it at 58 cents. The problem is that it'll probably get spready just because it's so far out of the money. So hopefully I don't get filled there. I'll lose a few $100. That happens, but that's okay. I will be watching for the bounce here, but I'm not going to be eager to jump in. So watch the cues now. Getting some little bit of weight here. We'll see if that's real or not. Sellers stacking up here under the 502. Oh, there's some buyers now. 502. Okay, 502 seems to be holding for now. Yeah, 502 is showing some support right now in the cues for now. So I'm going to take some off of coin in just a moment. Still have some runners. 208.50 will be my stop on the last bit of the trade there. Okay, looks good. Ooh, hello. Oh, look at that. The buyers, the bulls are saying we are not letting this pull back that far. No way. Big seller stepped in on the cues and the SPY, and then literally buyers came in and just bought it. But let's see if that's real or not. Again, an undercut under 500 would, to me, would make sense. It just would make sense from a technical standpoint. Uh-oh. Mention of Boeing taking too long to build a new Air Force One. What's Boeing doing? 196 bucks. That's still pretty good for Boeing. Maybe Netflix found some buyers. I don't know. I'm okay with walking away with the money I made today, but Coin might get stopped out the last little bit of runners here at 208.50. Scott, to your point, is this where we start to buy and turn around and move higher? Again, if I'm the bulls, I want to push these markets as high as possible before tomorrow. Get all the shorts out of the way, snap up any excess liquidity, and then, if warranted, tomorrow, dump it. Right? Guys, all out of the coin trade. Still a wonderful trade. I'll take it. It might be game over for my Netflix put options. We'll see. Yeah, it was worth a try. What's NVIDIA doing? 120.78 for some reason. I have that level marked. We're there right now. I'll keep an eye on NVIDIA. Right now it's like a 50-50 trade for me. Obviously big move up to the upside, but 120.78 for some reason I have that marked. And it's a red level for me that stands for ceiling or floor, typically. So we'll see how it behaves here. If Qs continue to move higher, maybe this is the chance that we could pick up some shares to the upside. Let's see. Look at coin now. Glad we got out of the way of that thing. Literally, I took it all the way down to the low of session and then bounced back to my entry. How about it? What's Bitcoin doing then? Yeah, it's a little bit of an overcorrection there on coin. Look at that. Did anybody go long coin when I was getting out? Because that would have been an amazing trade too. Oh, do they have some news or something? Wow, what a turnaround in coin. Holy mackerel. I have to take out the session highs. Look at that. Jeff, you're long Palantir. Watching NVIDIA, it's kind of slow today, so may not. Palantir, yeah. This 116 print's a bigger level. Only trouble is we were putting in lower lows, lower lows, lower lows, but the Q's turning around, SPY's turning around. Maybe you're right. Maybe this could be an interesting level here. You have a long swing on coin from last week, taking a partial on out. Nice, Darren. Cool. Very cool. The only thing I was brave enough was to buy 3 contracts on Tesla at a 330 strike on Friday because we were, hovering that $300 range, and I paid I think it was $1.96 or $1.97 for them. So it was like $600, and I was like, I'm either gonna wake up on Monday and it's gonna be gone. You know what I mean? Because who knew, right? Like if we were actually gonna get a deal over the weekend, so I didn't really want to have too much risk. But that put $1,000 in my pocket first thing this morning, and I'm not upset about that. Kind of, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? Like, oh, if I would have just grabbed more of this or that, like, I'm not playing that game. But the only reason I mean, look, I love Palantir's, like, their business is pretty solid. Everything they have is like multi-year contracts. It's with the government, and it's locked. I mean, that's earmarked funds for them. However, the run-up that it's had, I mean, it's pretty excessive. And that's just, kind of troubling. People want to take partials. So to your point, getting in on a pullback. Exactly, Justin. Exactly. PE ratio is pretty high. But again, if you think about like NVIDIA grew into their share price, right? So like they had the every single quarter, their earnings just blew the number out and exceeded their expectation, which effectively would make the stock less expensive if you think about it, because they're growing into that projected price. And in some cases, Palantir is kind of the same thing. I think right now it's a little overinflated, just tiny bit. But the good news is like what they're doing is very unique in the space. There's other companies that are smaller that are, on the government contracting side that are doing stuff, let's say around, so think of like AV, right, that are drones. And there's companies that aren't even public yet that are doing some really, really fascinating stuff in that space. However, we also know that there's been quite a bit of cutback in government spending, et cetera. But the one place I've found that the U.S. doesn't mind spending money is in its military. So, it could be more of a longer term play. Like I said, I owned Palantir when it was like $18. So I'm not too disappointed. I think I owned it like 18 and 23. I added down there. And it was troubling for a while because it was like even less than that for a while. But I, bought it when they first came out and survived because it's a set it and forget it portfolio type deal. Coulda, shoulda, woulda bought like 10,000 shares of it. That would have been amazing, but I didn't have the funds to do that for my portfolio in that particular position. Is what it is. Well, yeah, it's going to do it for me. Scott, did you take off already? I think he left, didn't he? I think he did. I'm going to hang on to these put options on Netflix. I'm going to go make some tea. I'll come back and check out markets. Again, be cautious of that 502 print. We kind of nailed that today on the Qs. 499.50 is kind of where I would really want to see the Qs find some support and then turn and burn to the upside. But right now, I think maybe 502 is the right number because we're seeing most of the Mag 7 lift here off that number. Trouble I'm having is like, do I really want to buy NVIDIA right now at 120.78 when it's a ceiling / floor? Maybe not, right? Maybe I'll wait for a pullback. Meanwhile, for some reason, I just pulled up Eli Lilly. Hopefully, Darren, you took some money here. But for whatever reason, now it's starting to rally up here to 740. Yeah, Justin, cool. Yeah, there was a lot of hype around it. And then I started like digging into their earnings and what they do, and half the stuff they do, they can't even talk about it. So kind of tells you. But it's ran by some brilliant folks that really know AI and machine learning at lengths that right now most people think of AI. It's synonymous with large language models, which is totally great. I think that's like the tip of the iceberg, so to speak, of what AI and machine learning is capable of. Worth noting, machine learning has been around since the 50s, but now it's just way more powerful because chips are cheaper, right? And have more horsepower. So it makes sense. Problem is right now is the application for enterprise companies for AI, especially using large language models, is typically going to be around like driving efficiencies. So you'll see that in names like, Salesforce has it, obviously Microsoft has some, AWS has some, right? But the reality is like, if you look at what PLTR does, again, they can't really talk about it, but they're doing a tremendous amount of work with like computer vision. So if you think like what Tesla is doing with autonomous vehicles is great. I mean, they're doing the same thing, but with, battle drones, basically. So anyway, all that to say, if you're not familiar with their business model, check it out. But at the end of the day, like being up at $116, I think maybe it's more like a realistically probably $95. But we're traders. Take advantage of the moves, I can remember pulling up a chart similar, like if you see what PLTR is right now. And I'm like, okay, well, is the trend up or down? And actually, I'll ask you guys a question. There's no wrong answer. But what do you guys think? Is that trend up or down on Palantir?
Okay, I'm back.
There he is.
Yeah. Hey, listen, when you got a problem with your AC and you live in Florida, it takes precedent over anything.
Did it go out or something?
No. We just have a little issue with one of the rooms, and the AC guys just came by. So I had to explain, walk through everything here. So, but, and hopefully, well, I know this Shopify will pay for whatever I got going on.
Yeah, it's been a great trading day. Honestly, like I'm risking some here on these Netflix put options, but they expire Friday, so I don't mind. I want to see a $1,000 print again. See $1,000 print. That means under 1,100. So if it gets to $1,000, man, I'm gonna make a ton of money. But I don't.
Never know.
I don't think we're actually gonna get to $1,000 strike or price, but it could happen, guys. In the meantime, look at Eli Lilly just absolutely ripping rally right now. Whilst bad discussions around the pharmaceutical space, and Lilly is just ripping.
That bad discussion was what took it down pre-market this morning, and now we've had a huge rally. V-bottom rally actually started in the pre-market, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it just got under, what is that, 693, so under $700. $700 big level, 720 big level, 740 big level, 760 is a big level. Kind of orders of magnitude of the $20 kind of at each price point. And then of course up at 800 there was a ton of money sitting up there, which I think got bamboozled during this announcement of what they're doing for tariffs on pharmaceuticals. So who knows, maybe they push that $800 print again. I don't know, but
Darren, absolutely love it, man. Love your style, man. 3 for 3 and then just bug out of here, man. So really
Steve,
nice.
cool.
Really nice.
Do you have an article on that, Steve, or a link where you have that information? If you do, please share it. According to Steve, he's saying there's no tariffs on Lilly, which is why we're like literally all that Trump's talking about right now is drugs and drugs prices. So and he's signing an executive order right now of some kind. No, Steve, right on. Thank you. Trump just boosted Lilly by telling reporters about their investment in the U.S. and no tariffs on their imports. Got it. Thanks, Mark. Look at that. If you're okay, so for those of you out there wondering, hey, why should I join a trading community? There you have it. All right, like we try to do our best to have answers, but like-minded folks listening, learning, and sharing that information as it's happening. Look, we've got great traders in this room. And, Mark, Steve, thank you for sharing that, because I'm listening to the Trump thing, but I'm also listening. I've got some other news stuff going on right now, and I'm also, keeping an eye on my trades. But you guys were tracking that, and you're able to share that with our community. And it just goes to show, like-minded folks looking out for the right, similar type of information to trade on. That's what we're here for. 44 Trade Nation. Let's go. Trump's done speaking. Go team. Heck yeah, Vincent, for sure. I'm going to trim my put options on Netflix just because I want to be able to walk away and enjoy my tea. That's going to do it for me, I think, Scott. What do you think? Are you going to stick around for a bit?
No, I think I'm done pretty much too. I'm gonna roll for about 5 more minutes. Again, traders, we try to capture the best moves of the day, and I truly believe, and I remember when DVG and I were talking about the room and everything. Truly the best, in my opinion, the way that I trade, the best part of the day is this morning 2-hour, hour and a half session. And that hour and a half gets us up to 11 a.m. A couple of guys and ladies have already left. But I got to tell you, this is where we're focused. This morning session, each and every day, we put in the time to make it happen. And I think we've been doing a yeoman's job to get this thing down and to make some money. So yeah, I'm with you here. Shortly behind. A green day to me. 2 trades today, 2 trades, and that's really all I needed. And I got to tell you, DVG, coming into today, I really thought that we were gonna obviously. I went to bed last night. I was looking at the futures. I knew we were going to gap up, and then when you gap up 1,000 points on the Dow, the only thing that goes through my mind, just based on history and based on knowledge, is it's a tougher trading day. Those investors out there are clapping their hands and they're going to lunch today and they're saying, "Man, did you see what we did today? Did you see the market today? Man, we're making money hand over fist." For the trader, today's a harder day because we didn't get the pullback, right? Not much of a pullback. Like on SHOP, we had to take that second candle to get it long, but nothing, in the PLTR trade that was a good pullback, but then a little risky. I didn't know where that was going to go. Would have had a 3-point trade there, by the way. But, just keep focused at it. Days like today are going to come and go, but we got to just base hit. When you see that home run trade, you got to lay on top of it and make it happen. So Vincent, Steve, the rest of the team, Clifton, Mark, Darren, you guys are just doing a great job. We so much appreciate you. And I will see everybody tomorrow. I think DVG's out here. I'll stay for a couple more minutes. If you have any questions, let me know. We'll kind of roll from there.
Yeah, I'll stick around for a few. 11 o'clock, why not? Yeah, like a day like today, to your point, Scott, don't force the trade. If you're able to take advantage of some of the move, right? Like that's good. That's kind of what it's all about at the end of the day. Look, I was long stocks, short stocks today. We made money on both sides. Like I'm not. To your point, it's hard to trade these kind of markets, but it is important to watch levels. So if you're not doing that, set up your charts. Make sure you keep an eye on certain levels. Again, I do think Qs still have potential to get down at 499.50. Now, if we get there and we don't hold, well, then maybe we get ahead of the CPI and start selling into that, which could be pause for concern for some of these, larger investors, which I wouldn't blame them, right? If it were me, which it's not me, cue the disclaimer, right? But I would want to run these markets up as much as possible into these CPI reports to one of two things: show return on investment for your investors, but then also in the event that CPI is bad, you could dump into that run or add to your portfolio, right? Because you're already ahead of the move. So who knows? Maybe this was the anticipatory type move over the weekend because of this, talk of, hey, we're going to do something with China. But the reality is we know 10% is the baseline for tariffs kind of globally now. And Trump's not budging from that. So, it happened with the UK. We're now seeing 30% with China. Obviously, there's going to be some parameters and limitations. They haven't really talked about what it means for chips yet. They're kind of isolating what that means for certain pharmaceutical companies, talking about 80 to 90% reduction in price. What does that mean? To your point earlier, Steve, and others that Lilly may be immune to that. Who knows, right? Because they could be immune today, and then 5 minutes from now we get a post on a headline, right? So I totally agree, though, Scott. When you see these gaps up, it's a 50-50. Like, does the gap? Do we just continue to move higher, or do we see a little bit of a pullback like we are now? And again, when I say a little bit of a pullback, it's worth noting the Qs are still up 3%. 3% with this subtle pullback. So being up 3% doesn't mean you're down on the day. That just means like people are going, oh yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take a few million off the table. Why not? So anyway. Well, that is gonna do it for me, Scott. Appreciate y'all. I'll see you at the Open tomorrow. You guys know the routine. Cheers. God bless.
Take care, DVG. PLTR coming. I'll tell you, 117.30 right here on PLTR sure looks good if you want to take something long. Okay, traders, I'm going to call it a day as well. Yeah, let me take a look at Roku. I didn't look at that today. ROKU. Oh yeah, breaking out, and with good volume too, Steve, on the breakout candle right here. Really nice. Okay, I'm done. PLTR would have been a nice trade too, but I'm done. I don't need anything more. Clifton, thank you. Traders, thank you. YouTubers, thank you so much. Great trading day today, 2 for 2. I know DVG had a big day as well. God bless you all. Godspeed. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Mark, appreciate you. Yep, we'll see you in the morning. Everybody go out and enjoy the trader's lifestyle. If you had a great day today, be thankful. Come back tomorrow, same attitude, and let's get the job done. All right, Steve, take care. Thank you again. Clifton, take care. Have a great day. Rest of the traders, enjoy, my friends. Thank you so much.